are the Empress Aintzane, the blood mother of Hispania. We are playing as Hispania, obviously. We have created Hispania, even though realistically we shouldn't necessarily have been able to create Hispania. But, you know, everyone loves a game bug, and we don't mind a game bug. We have gradually managed to consolidate and sort out this, because the game did bug us out, annoyingly, with our royal court. We'd have a court event that we should do before we close this down too much. That's our husband. Which meant that we lost all of our grandeur, and it's still creeping back up. So we had to fight a whole bunch of rebellions, which was desperately annoying. But we are getting there. We have also been using the time to actually spend and build up and consolidate our duchies, because chat has decreed that I must push on. And I must push on and take the and form Rome the same way we have formed Hispania, so no offensive wars allowed. This is going to be a bit of a challenge, because it means we've got to deal with the papacy somehow, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. In the meantime, we need to continue to consolidate Hispania, mostly because we are going to need lots and lots of good troops to deal with this. In fact, how are we looking on men-at-arms? Yeah, cool. So we are maxed out on all of our men-at-arms sizes, which is good. So, building's building there. We also kind of want to control and build up in Palermo in Sicily, because Sicily is a very, very tasty bit of territory. And if we're going to have to take over this, we're also going to have to take over the Byzantine Empire. Then the sooner we do this, the better. The other thing we need to worry about is we still do not have a female heir. Now, it's not the end of the day, because we have sisters. So, worst case, we're just going to have to force the inheritance to go to our sisters. In fact, pushing it to be Queen Isabella might not necessarily be a bad thing, because actually, she is the Queen of Jerusalem. And we do need Jerusalem to form Rome. But we might be able to get it back in the family anyway. Now, from memory, with the Rome event, we are going to somewhat struggle with this unless I think we have to control the Holy Roman Empire. I think. Because we're not going to have Roman culture, and I'm pretty certain that the Form Rome decision requires you to either have Roman culture or to be Holy Roman Emperor. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So, stream goals are continue to kind of consolidate a bit, but we need to get an heir out, and then look for opportunities to get more titles in. For example, we really need to get this title in. But this has proven problematic so far. Like, if we could have a daughter and marry him to her, that would solve our problem. So I think really our quest right now is we need a daughter. So we do have a lover, which is Karate here. He is pretty. He's a very pretty man. We also have Emperor Corisu Daia of Hispania, who is intelligent. And we are currently on the skullduggery focus, but we do have like weeds in a garden. So I think what we are doing is we're pushing down to get these so that we can actually do some kidnapping and try and do some stuff. But we do definitely need to be popping out a Sprog. Good morning, Jopest, and good morning, Orloff. Oh, good morning, Scorbut, Semi-Evil Pants, Thadrin, and everyone else as well. I apologise for not greeting. But yes, so let's push on and carry on. I sure I haven't put my glasses on. I might go and get my glasses in a minute. My Empress, your cousin Isabella just says she just won't stop eating roasted almonds. In the dungeon, then. Stop eating my roasted almonds. Oh, I just need to be Christian. Oh, that'd be fine then. Right, so if we only need to be Christian, that makes things easier. The issue is going to be papacy. But we will cross the papal bridge when we come to it. I think, let's have kids. We could also really do with ending the struggle, and the easiest way for us to end the struggle is going to be in the hostility phase. So we really need to keep the struggle moving through the hostility phase. So that is relatively easy. We can do some killing of involved rulers. We've been building castles, so that helps. Yeah, give me money, that's fine. Feel free to give me another. Oh, right, we're prego. No one must ever know. Marshal. She doesn't like us. Oh, that's because some arseholes keep pushing themselves onto our council, don't they? She will like us if we do that. And she's decent enough, so that's fine. That was Count Brian. Hey, may I ask how much you earn that much money with Max Men at Arms? Okay, so let me. Of course, it's yours, husband dear. Right, if you do CK3 exclamation mark CK3 guide, you will get my tutorial which talks a bit about this. But the key thing with money is min-maxing your duchies. So find try and control. I always try and personally control 3 duchies, because I find that pushes you 1 duchy over the total, but it's not that much of a penalty. It's fine. And what I tend to do is I will have 1 duchy that is just completely maximized around money. So you pick a duchy that's nice, it's got a whole bunch of counties, it's got lots of good things, like it's coastal, you can do farmlands, all of that kind of stuff. And then I just max it around money. Because obviously what you want to do with the duchy building is it means you can maximize your duchy building around it as well. So like holding taxes plus 10%. And a particularly good one, if you're playing the latest patch and everything else, is actually here. It's in Galicia, because not only do you get good stuff and boosts, there's actually 3 monuments you can control here. You get Corona, which is great. It's coastal. It's got good territory. But if you're playing as a Christian ruler, it means you can also build the Cathedral de Santiago de Compostela, which gives you a flat basic +3 tax, holding taxes plus 33%, etc. And what that means is you can see this is generating 10 ducats for me on its own. And then you can actually look down and see I'm currently capitaled out of Cordoba, which is generating me 11, because it's just got filthy development, because it gets a bunch of buildings that just boost development growth horrifically. We currently also, so you control like duchies for money, and then I'd optimize a duchy around troops. So at the moment, Burgos is my duchy optimized around troops. It's also worth remembering that I am an empress, and that is helping massively, because I'm making good money from vassal taxes. So actually, if you look, I'm making 48 off of vassal taxes and 47 off of my own domain. But that in itself tells you how well I've got my domains optimized, because I'm making as much off of those domains as I am off of my vassal taxes. So even I can support my unraised men at arms, even if for some reason I'm not getting any vassal taxes. So optimize your duchies basically. Another good duchy to optimize is anything around here in southern Italy, because they have some lovely terrain, and you can do things like building garden and vegetable plantations, which is the manor houses stuff, which is all of that. So if you're trying to start out, Sicily is a really nice bit of territory to control. So basically, don't mix and match. Control 2 duchies, or even if you're just starting out, control 2 counties, and optimize 1 around money and 1 around men. It works really well. The other thing you can do is, before you give territory to your vassals, build buildings in it that generate money, not troops, because it keeps your vassals' troop figures low. But it means that, because they won't change the buildings, so it means that they're paying you lots of tax, but they can't really rebel very effectively against you, because they'd have to hire mercs, but they won't pre-hire mercs. So because they won't pre-hire mercs, they don't get the faction strength as much to be able to take over. Queen Gradislava of Badahoff wants to be on... Oh, she is still problematic for us, isn't she? She is married to King Dimitri the Scaly. But yeah, have a look at the CK3 tutorial series. I've tried to keep it so it's sort of 5 to 10 minute videos, and actually you can kind of play along with it. It starts you in Epirus, which is a really nice bit of territory and fun bit to play in. I actually think the Byzantine Empire is a better place to start than Ireland, because you've got more scope to do things and carry on beyond the tutorial, and it's actually slightly more stable, particularly if you've got the Viking patch, because you're not having to deal with Viking raids all the time. Right, so hopefully we're about to pop out a daughter. We're picking up skills so that we can do some selective kidnapping. Yeah, the Welsh are still hanging on down here in Italy. We should be able to get that off of them soon. Oh, our friend died of stress. Don't be moving towards the conciliation. That's our fault, that is. I mean, it's still outpacing it, so that's good. Because if we can get into hostility, what we do need to do is just make sure that you're on cultural conversions. Can you carry on culturally converting, please? Right, we potentially need, if we're going to end the struggle when the phase changes, we need everything in Castile to be Basque. So that is Castile. Which means we've got all of this to convert. So let's start up here. I mean, in reality, we can also get it just by flipping and making Navarra our main. Can't you just end the struggle now that you've created Hispania? Well, that's it, but I need to be able to end it. Can we stop having sons? Sure. Give me money. Hold court. Two of my vassals are pushing one another and jostling to reach my throne first. Duke Elaine bows before me. My lady, murder is wanton in the city streets throughout Empire of Hispania. It would be civilizing if we instituted a ban on townspeople bearing arms, at least within the city limits. Infante Rodislavs kicks him out of the way. Safety is each man learning to protect himself. Banning carry of weaponry will castrate the townspeople. We shall absolutely ban people carrying swords. Patriarch Ereman steps forward solemnly. My lady, Catholic pilgrims flock to Santiago's great cathedral to be closer to the Lord. His Holiness Pope Leo XI agrees that such an important church should be wholly administered by clergy rather than laymen. Pass this land into Bishop Gill's care for the good of the faith and the glory of God. Yeah, no. Fuck off. That's one of my nice bits of territory. Dancing sounds delightful. Next, who wants dancing plague? Oh, that's right. We decided if we finish the struggle, we're allowed to create a new religion, so that'll help. Yeah, and we do need more Allans. We don't have any official Allans, I think, at the moment. I should have named our new kid Alan. It's actually quite useful. Really need a girl. Really need a girl. Castle level 3. Can you go to a castle level 4? We need machicolations. I might gain an intrigue lifestyle perk. You one of them. What is Karate doing here? He is our lover. Oh well, we got an intrigue perk out of that. That's not a bad thing. Give me... Swift execution. Right, let's just do a quick burst of building. Oh, we should probably have gone Castle 3 there. So we can still control Burgos. That's going Castle 3. Segovia. Give me more mill... Can you go Castle 4? No. So give me more mill camps. Valadoid we're probably going to give away at some point. I suspect. Cordoba is still building. I assume Palermo is still building. Yep. Need to be prego. We could try Oh, we're prego. We're prego. Have a daughter. We're having like an inverted Henry VIII problem at the moment. Actually, we will go to that one because we do need to lose some stress. And basically, as long as we keep that in hostility, we're going to be fine. I can end the struggle if it's in hostility. Can we request temporal titles from the Pope? I don't think we can. Like, we can offer him vassalage, which he just won't accept because he's a king bishop. I think if we can get the rightful liege thing, it might be enough. Queen Katarina's massive rod is coming apart. Just repair it. Dynasty legacy. Is there any dynasty legacies that would help us with this? Because I'm not convinced that going any further down Guile is going to help us. So are any of these... would any of these actually help us with vassalizing? To get control growth. And powerful vassal opinion is good. Ordained rulership. I mean, faith creation cost would be useful in the long run if we're creating our own. I mean, if anything, it's going to be probably on glory. I think we probably want to go down glory anyway, because we're going to have a big old kingdom to try and administer. I suspect, because assertive rulers would be good, their vassals are less likely to join claimant and liberty factions. Lower short range duration. Yeah, I mean, I could culture convert the kid for the Norse one. Norse one might be really handy, actually. Because isn't the higher tier stuff on the Norse track lowers your disadvantages from different culture penalties? Which, given that we're going to have 3 different empires of vastly different cultures to rule, might actually be quite useful. Maybe we save it and go for try and get the Norse. Yeah, you get a plus 15 different faith opinion, which if we're going to go with a custom religion, we're going to need. I think we need to try and get a Norse person to educate our daughter when we can get our daughter. That's assuming we can get a daughter. So what we'd be needing to do is, what we probably want to do then is find someone Norse we can seduce. I mean, there's probably not any Norse left in the game, but there will be some... If we wait to do it with the ADA, I will pick one automatically as a placeholder dynasty dead. Yeah. There is that. It does sneak it in, which is annoying. So we're probably going to have to pick one either way. Right. Culture needs to have North Germanic heritage. Yeah. The other thing we should be thinking about is there anything else we want to wire into Basque? Because we've got a spare slot. Like something that would help us keep a large empire together would be good. Now, I'm not 100% sure what might fit that. In vassal limit plus 30 for legalistic. That could be very useful. Malleable subjects. Vassals of this culture do not consider differing faith or culture when joining factions. Yeah, that's problematic. I mean, always save it and go matriarchal once we've got a faith that's female dominated. Not necessarily just vassal limit. I think what we're looking for is anything that makes ruling a large empire easier. Loyal subjects is basically it. But the thing is actually no, because all of our subjects aren't going to be Basque. So really what we're looking for is stuff that's going to boost us as a character for being Basque, rather than boost people who are Basque, if that makes sense. Hereditary hierarchy. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Tabletop Warriors is nice. I think legalistic is what we want. There's vassal acceptance of rightful criminal punishments plus 20. So we've got more chance of actually getting them to get into jail. We get greater tyranny, but it massively increases our vassal limit and it lowers our title cross creation. So I think probably legalistic is what we want. Yeah, it is kind of in character for going Roman as well. I mean, ruling caste could be good as well, because it lowers different culture peasant factions and populist factions. Recognition of talent, where does that one live? Prisoners are more likely to accept recruitment, get better knights, to grant pardon. Yeah. I mean, strength in numbers allows us to recruit more troops. And all Basque holdings get a 15% levy size boost. That's actually quite useful for us. No, because it knocks our heavy regiments down. I think legalistic is good for us. Because we were already cropping up against the vassal limit with controlling France. So I think we go legalistic when I can remember where it is. Might be realm. Yeah, we're going legalistic. Right, let's see if we get a daughter, because if we get a daughter, we're going to try and find someone and... Gain the trait Eager Reveler. But we are going to need to unlock something. So I think we probably just go Resilient Bloodline for now, because it is useful. Stop having boys! You're pretty, but only quick. Is he an Alan? We don't have an Alan yet. Is he an Alan? We could make him an Alan. You can be an Alan. God, why are we having so many boys? To be fair, actually, we've got a lot of murder and or disinheriting to do, so... It's not too bad, actually. Someone is going to end up in... our Mongol... Look. Anso. Sorry about this. I do have a lot of boys. And you're also already wounded. Well, she's having inbred children, which is less useful. You got Infanta Isabella here, who I could do with adopting. We do need dip range so we can actually deal with her. We might have to sit... Oh, whoa, 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 Spoleto, hello. Spoleto, old buddy, old pal. I had the opposite to this in my Portugal campaign. Nothing but daughters, and all I wanted was a son. Yeah, well... Right, I think that might give us enough. You can absolutely have him. To usurp the anointed kingdom of Romana. How does a defensive wars only rule work? Did you expand through influence only? An awful lot of murder. The only wars we have essentially trolled into happening have been when we've been the vassal of someone and we've demanded they give us the title because we're very clearly superior. And then they turn around and go, how dare you, I don't agree with this, I'm declaring war on you. So that was actually how we got the Empire of France, which then allowed us to form Hispania. But mostly it's by clever bits of inheritance or by... understanding how inheritance works for other people. So giving out titles to kidnapped people, which means that when they then inherit their other titles, those titles will become part of our kingdom. Right, so if we've usurped... I've got a video on my YouTube channel actually explaining how you can do that too, because it's particularly useful because obviously we had to get a lot of the Islamic titles. So that was how we got a lot of the Islamic titles. Because it's particularly problematic for us because we're playing female rulers only. He is going to be problematic. It's very handy when you're playing female rulers only. Because obviously a lot of the Islamic titles are male-only inheritance. So you can't just marry into them. Artifacts have below the hide of the elusive boar. Yeah, let's just repair these. Queen Katarina's tapestry. The Jimena Dynasty banner. Oh no, a necklace of ostrich shell beads. Repair that. People definitely don't like us after that tyranny boost. Look how much our income has dropped. The problem is the Pope always considers himself a king. Now if we can get the Empire of Italy, that might allow us to overcome that. So we currently, where's Kingdom of Romana? So if we want to form the Empire of Italia, we only need 4 more counties for that. And it's stuff over here. Who controls Friuli? County in the Holy Roman Empire. That's annoying. As the papacy did not highlight as yeah, we're going to have to use our we're going to have to go different religion, I think, to try and get the Pope. And even then, I'm not 100% sure how we're going to do it. That's the real challenge, is how the hell do we get the Pope? How do we get Rome off the Pope without a war? I think that might be how we have to do it, is go different faith and then get the crusade to call, and then repoint the crusade at the Pope, and then put one of our relatives to get hold of it, and then get them back into the family. So yeah, we might need to do a faith conversion. But that's going to be tough, and we might run out of time on that. Because we'd have to build up the fervour to be able to call a great holy war. Right, hostility's still winning, that's good. Because the problem is we can't use a hook to get the Pope's title off him. How do we get Rome off the Pope? Right, how does Latium inherit? Same faith, male preference, theocratic law. Upon succession of the realm, priest titles will be given to their successors. The doctrines of their faith determine who the successors will be. You can grant the AK Romana to non-Catholic vassal who totally wants to eat the Pope. Yeah, but then he's got to overcome the 15k papal troops. I'm just wondering if there's a way we can... predict who's going to become the next Pope. Like, what logic is applied to choosing the next Pope? Or is it entirely random? Does it just generate a new Pope? Like, is the Pope actually appointed from an existing bishop in the game, or are they just randomly generated? Because if they're randomly generated, there's nothing we can do about that. Whereas if it's predictive, we can do something about it. I think it is going to have to be the religion switch. What we need to keep an eye out for is just little bits breaking free so we can eat them. Your brother became Pope one time. Maybe it is appointed then. I wonder if it just picks a random Holy Catholic. You'd expect there to be like a minimum learning requirement maybe or something. Because there isn't a line of succession. If the Pope has a lineage, then it's an existing character that's appointed. Ah, right. So basically, if the Pope is isn't lowborn, it's an existing character. If it's lowborn, it will regenerate a lowborn. Okay, so let's watch for a non-lowborn Pope. Yeah, well done, you learned Basque. Good for you, lad. 35 and we still haven't had a daughter. This is problematic. Oh dear, how sad! How sad! Oh dear, how sad. Our wounded son died in jail. Rest in peace, little Anso. You lived your life like a candle in the wind. Can we disinherit you yet? No, we need 150. How sad, chat. I mean, that's the thing. What I might have to do is re-inherit one of my sisters. Problem is, they've been popping out sprogs like nobody's fucking business. So we're going to need to do some lineage trimming over there. It is an option. What we also need to do is get hold of Gibraltar. Because Gibraltar would give us Diplo range. I mean, we're still young enough to have a daughter. Ferment Revolt. That's a fun one. Presumably you can only do that on people who are part of the struggle. Right, we're going to fabricate a hook on you. We're going to get a claim on that. Fine. Courts. We've got an event that's apparently waiting to expire, but I'm not seeing... Oh no, it's our court grandeur being low. We can actually up that now, because we have kind of hit the max on it. So let's... Let's max that out. And that's a difference in income. Definitely need some more income boosting. Doesn't help that our vassals aren't overly keen on us at the moment because of the whole imprisoning our son thing. Pope, give me some money. As long as we keep building in our villages here. Yeah, they just don't understand how we raise children. Jail is a perfectly acceptable way to raise children. How's Cordoba doing? Can we build anything good in Cordoba? Can't go level 4 castles. We can go hire a manor houses though. 402, that's got a reasonable lead, that's good. $36, come on. Right, we're going to have another affair. Find me someone who's a genius that we can have sexy times with. They need to be adults. They... Genius. They need to be within diplomatic range, and they need to be male. They need to be unmarried. He's Norwegian. North Germanic. Yeah, boy. Come here, sexy little man. Right, that gave us our weak hook on him. So we just need a claim on his title now. Fine. I'm just going to ask. We don't need to. We've got really high percentages. We don't need to risk any of those events. I mean, I'm kind of like, we were pushing for Kidnapper, but I just wonder whether we should just flip to Fertility. Like, even more of a fertility boost. Right, when will the next one unlock? 2 years. If it unlocks in 2 years, we will be 39. We've still got time to have kids. See, this is why I didn't want to do it. Still 95% though, so we should be alright. Why do I want to yoink this title? I want to yoink this title because it controls the Rock of Gibraltar, which is going to give me 20% diplomatic range, which means I can speak to my sister in Jerusalem again. Because currently we can't reach our sister in Jerusalem, which is problematic. Particularly if we need to get one of her children to inherit. Because she has a potentially useful daughter in Infanta Isabella here, who is too far away to interact with, but I would very much like to be in my court. So yeah, we're going to call her on the rock phone. We are not wearing a chat. We've been churning out kids. It's just we've had like 5 boys. That's the issue. Rest assured, we are not wearing the chastity belt. We are wearing the Masterwork Regalia that gives us fertility plus 15%. Absolutely, you can pay me gifts. I mean, it's still slightly more effective than the US postal system at the end of the day. Could do with the papacy losing some more titles. Yeah, we've got the frog spawn for fertility as well. No, please go on. Scaly girl. People are starting to like us more again because you can see our stuff going up. False conversions. I'm going to allow her to do as she will. She's gone Jewish. Sometimes it's worth doing that one because you just get interesting conversions. The rock phone sounds like something out of the Flintstones. I'm thinking it's something more like Nicolas Cage uses. No, it's what you get Dwayne Johnson on. You came all this way for me, my petal. After searching the hallways of Bercy's castle, clad in servant's garb to avoid notice, I find Bercy in a secluded garden. He lights up as he sees me, and the sight of him lights me up in turn. The ratty blouse I had donned soon lies forgotten on the floor, as we spend the whole night making sure my journey was worth the effort. For you, I would do this journey 100 times over. Get over here and make me prego. The King of Wales is trying to do sexy times to me. I mean, we could get prego off of it. And he is Norman. I mean, we are in good health. Because we've got strong blood, which is going to help with that. We should have some castles finished now, I'd have thought. Can Palermo go up one? Palermo can do some nice stuff. Palermo is going to be money. So give me something that boosts money. Why can't I build that? Palermo is absolutely... Oh, I haven't built the duchy, that's why. I'd actually have to create the duchy, and I'm not going to do that yet. British postal system is not worse in any way than the American one. The American one's awful. British postal system works. Oh, the Mail of Yoink has needs repairing. We've become a beast. Let's go. Let's attempt to lose weight. We can't afford to be fat at the moment. I really need to stop going to feasts. That's why I'm fat. Right. How's our claim coming along? About halfway. We imprison a lot of people. Still in the lead. It's running close. Closer than I'd like, but we are still in the lead on it. We're not designating any guardians for our boys. It's like, whatever, man. He's quite decent. Maybe we should give him a guardian. Look, have my genius lover. Because if nothing else, that can make you Norwegian, and then we've got a Norwegian in the bank. Yeah, I mean, we could start building stuff in our vassals' territories, and that would do it. But we've still got some of our own we can upgrade. Keep the Craven trait. Bailey's, yeah, that gives us a tax boost, why not? I always forget we control Porto. Stop becoming fat! Right, that's another burst of building construction. Cordoba's still building. We need to stay away from feasts for a bit. You want an alliance. Count Werner of Tecklenburg. And I should give a shit about you, why? I mean, props for asking. I'm going to be honest, Count Werner. I think I bring more to the table in this alliance than you do. But seriously, props for asking, dude. That's some proper applying for a job that you don't really have the skills to do. Yeah, but it's a free war I don't benefit from. Seriously, dude, go away. With Prego again, be a girl. Of course it's yours, husband. Ate a good meal. The child is yours, Karate. That one of you just needs to give me a girl. Let's flip to fertility. Right, we can kidnap now. So, how does this title inherit? It's male preference, but it is only male preference. So if those two were to die in horrific accidents, he is unlanded. If we just give him a kingdom title in our kingdom, we'd be fine. Papacy now holds part of Switzerland. Yeah, I mean they do. Have they still got a little bit of a... Yeah, they've still got frickin' Somerset over here. The Papacy hold Bath for no apparent reason. Right, we can kidnap now. There's a bit of Wales over there in Right, what we probably want to be doing is stealing these titles out from under the Pope. Because leaving him with just his directs would really weaken him. Like, we only need to give him a ducal title. And that will inherit into our kingdom. Now we can get all of that off the Pope if we just make sure that he already has his kid already has a ducal title. The main issue is it means that we then end up with two somewhat powerful duke over here. Whereas him we can just get off by giving him a county somewhere. How murderable is he? We could probably put it off. How kidnappable is your kid? Not very. Can I educate your kid? Never give me your children, people. Never give me your children. Would the dissolution faction destroy the papacy if you're the Pope's vassal? No, because dissolution is broken. So at the moment, dissolution just grants independence. I hope they fix that in the next bug. Just give me progress. We've already got max percentage chance. I'd be delighted if your son Alan could visit my court. How old is Alan? 4. Of course he'll be there. Please have a girl. Desperately need a girl here. There needs to be a flag you can set that says, look, I'm not going to feast at the moment, leave me alone. Neighbours can be vassalised. Hello. Count Andre of Chegisky, come on in. Count Dabaza, come on in. Count Vulchek, come on in. Ban Andre, come on in. Welcome to the club. Repair. Matilda's skull. Is repairing. And St. George's tibia. Wonder if we've got enough bones yet to build an entire saint. Yeah, I should just be able to kind of go, I'm on a diet, stop asking me for... round for dinner, please. Right, so what we really want is Croatia. But he's a king, so he's not going to vassalize. He's going to be, I think you will find I'm a king. And that's Kingdom of Ruthenia. Oh yeah, I'm now envisioning our mishmashed saint skeleton on a metal pole in the corner of our court, ideally wearing a scientist's coat. Absolutely. I think we'd probably put the papal gear on it, though. Oh yeah, I have a chunk of Ukraine. Righto. In your face, Putin. Apparently we control Ukraine now. Wait, our player heir. It's one of our kids. One of our kids is now... rules a chunk of Ukraine. Was that via his dad? How does that work? More importantly, that means that there's no way he should have Ruthenia, surely. Can't possibly control. Well, maybe control's enough for it. Oh, I can usurp the Kingdom of Croatia. I've got enough. Sir, I believe the word is yoink. Balasas, come on and join the party. Yes! we got a daughter, and she's decent enough. What we call in the chat? What are we calling her? She's a pretty genius. She's not quite... She's not full beautiful. She's pretty. We haven't had Joanna yet. We haven't had Teresa yet either. Benicia? Benicia's nice. I quite like that. Violetta. I like that. Let's go with a Violetta. I'm going to give it 2 T's. I feel like it needs 2 T's. Violetta. Right, let's sort this fucking inheritance out. Actually, we're not going to sort the inheritance out yet. Because we don't want to make her an assassination target. That's the risk. Smoky Russian. I absolutely love Smoky Russian. I'm just not convinced it would cold brew well. But if it does, let me know. OG Burke, thank you very much for the follow. Does a tea get stronger if you leave it longer than normal? I've found it does get a bit stronger. So if you leave it for like... But it kind of peaks. So actually, for example, this bottle has actually been in the fridge since lunchtime yesterday, because that was when I decanted my last one. So I'd say it hits a peak. What it doesn't do is stew. So you don't get like if you keep normal tea in hot water for too long, it stews. It kind of, I think it just hits a level and levels out, which is really nice. Right. We have a daughter. What are we doing with this daughter? Are we getting her on the throne of Byzantium? Or more importantly, are we getting her husband? How long does it tend to last in the fridge would be great, great for Aussie summers. So my suggestion, if you want to keep it for a long time, is what you do is you brew it in the cold brew and then you decant it into another bottle, so it's not sitting in the leaf. Because the tea lasts for ages. The leaf, obviously, if you leave it in the leaf for too long, it can kind of go off a bit or whatever else. But so what I tend to do is let it brew. When it's ready, I decant it into another bottle, and then that means you've got the cold brew bottle available to do the next set of brewing as well. So you can always have like one you're drinking and one you're brewing. In terms of how long does it last, I've left this bottle in the fridge, or bottles of tea in the fridge, for 4 or 5 days, and they're still just as good. But yeah, what I would do is I would take it out of the leaf if I was going to keep it that long. So I would brew it. So the bottles I've had in the fridge, like I left a bottle at work last week when I was in work on Wednesday, and I drank it again when I went back into the office and got it out of the office fridge on Tuesday, and it was absolutely fine. But I think if it had been sat in the leaf for that long, it wouldn't have been as good. We can vassalize Ban Mislav. Come on in. Right, chat. I think... Who are you the king of? You're the kingdom of Zenazir. Fuck is Zenazir? Oh, that's what was formerly Badahoff. God, King Dimitri's moving up in the world, isn't it? He's giving himself a new kingdom name. He's still a scaly man. He's still a scaly man. Right. So chat, we have options now we have a daughter. I think we need to seriously consider whether we use her to marry ourselves into getting the Byzantine Empire. Which is totally doable. So we could... Because I bet you he would probably... Oh, that's true. I might have dip range on Jerusalem now. Nope, still too far away. But as soon as that claim competes, we definitely will. And we're almost completed on that claim. Because that's going to give us our 20% Diplo boost when we get that hold of that title. Good morning, Pangolin, and good morning, Wild Wolf, and Freaking Out. Good morning, all. Yeah, I find actually with the things like this, so the green tea, so this one is Summer of Love, really, really nice. I find the green fruity teas are absolutely lovely cold brewed, like really good cold brewed. If anything, I think I prefer them to the black teas, cold brewed. I think they're lovely. Have I heard of peach tea? Yes, I was actually drinking so the one we were drinking last week on stream was a green tea mixed with peach flavouring and peaches, which was absolutely bloody lovely. I can't remember what it's called, peach something. That's on Bird and Blend as well. Do help yourselves. So this is cold tea bottles, and this is just general link to Bird and Blend stuff. Help yourself. Right. So we could... Byzantine inheritance is male preference, I think. Yeah, so that's male preference. That's fine. So we can get hold of Byzantium. It's totally doable. What we'd have to do is just choose his inheritance. Because he will matrilineally marry his son, which would mean their kids, her daughter could then inherit the kingdom of Byzantium if we murdered all of our other children. Because we'd have to murder the other children because his inheritance would be separate from ours. So I think the question for you, chat, is whether this is the point we push for Byzantium, or, for example, whether we go for something like Sardinia and Corsica first. Although now he's inherited off his father, that's harder. Yeah, he does have 30 intrigue, so we may struggle with murdering his children. Or not. Very murderable. And he's wheezing anyway, so he may well die. Reasonably murderable. I think the rock will give us the Diplo range we need, I think. We got artifacts that need restoration. Is that what it's moaning about? It's a piety boost. We have the large wall ornament, the Yitvergain war banner. Interesting. Amelia's Tapestry, which is a renown boost. Grandaruk's Tapestry, which is a tyranny boost. We might have to start giving some of these out at some point. What's it up, Emperor? He's prepared the richest sauce known to man, served with a 10-bird root. Dude, I'm on a diet. Don't be coming to my court with stuff like that when I'm on a diet. Neighbouring realms are always within diplomatic range of each other, as well as realms separated by no more than 3 sea zones. So I don't think the rock boost will apply to sea zones. We'd have to get hold of Sulam. We need stuff over here anyway, don't we? He's dying of cancer. Can we get your heir? He is abductable. Depends on whether he survives cancer long enough. Obviously, we're already abducting this kid. Yeah, Jerusalem, Byzantium is 2 generations away, but that's also why we kind of need to set it up now. I think we do need to marry to get that. I think we're not going to get a much better chance. Comes down to whether we marry Prince Isiarchos here, who is wrathful and rowdy. I think we probably want Dionysus. He's more likely to go down stewardship. He's on a stewardship. I think stewardship is more useful to us. I would like him to matrilineally marry. He absolutely will go for matrilineal, I think you will find, because I have promising prospects. And he wants an alliance. Because don't forget, the AI doesn't know I'm not fighting any wars. I bet you I have a lot more troops than him. Yeah, I've got 3 times his troops. If I wanted to take the Byzantine Empire, I could literally just take the Byzantine Empire. Dionysus would be more fun as a partner. Well, yeah, I mean, mythologically speaking. Right, we're going to go with my Dionysus. Like, there is a lot of benefits that he sees in getting an alliance with me. Also, don't forget she's got a high level of splendor because she's my kid. I have mothered many children. I think we're not going to put the fertility belt on because I wouldn't mind getting a spare. Now, if I offered who am I guardianing? Oh, my son. He's 14, he'll finish in a minute. So I wouldn't mind guardianing our future, Right, hostility's still winning out, that's good. How does female rulers only work? If you kill male heirs? Male heirs do unfortunately end up in accidents. We have also changed our inheritance to equal, which does actually mean when we want to, we can delegate her as our primary heir. Because as you can see, she's already heir to our to a bunch of kingdoms and stuff. But actually, because we're generating good renown, we can just do disinheriting as well. To be honest, I think we are at the point where we just want to disinherit him, but we probably want to disinherit... We're keeping Alan around, aren't we? Because Alan is wonderfully bland. So let's disinherit Alan. Like, we've probably got enough to disinherit Armengol here, who is quite useful and we might want to keep around. I think we will actually just disinherit all of these kids. Like, we've got enough. We can afford to do it. So the nice thing about being an empress is we're just generating enough renown that we can just do this. With my agents coming and going freely at the court in Burgos, Humbert is within reach. Let's see if we can kidnap him. We have him! Right, Humbert. You are 13 years old. Right, that got our claim on Gibraltar. Can I get that title back? Oh, he's not my direct vassal. That's a problem. That is a problem. Did disinheritance happen much historically? Yes and no. It largely depended on different kind of cultures across Europe. You'd often find there'd be a sort of informal disinheritance. So what would actually happen is someone would agree not to take up a title. So let's say because if you've only got like relatively limited lands, you don't want it splitting too much anyway. So actually what would often happen is second son would get told, kind of gently advised to forsake his inheritance in return for a pension. And to be honest, if you're not actually interested in ruling anything, then getting a nice pension that you can just fart around with is actually more attractive to you. Right. Who are we giving this to? She's a powerful vassal. She's got 6k troops. How many have you got? 5k. And you are a king. You kind of like me already. Duchess Amelia, you can have it. So how do we get Gibraltar off of him? We kind of need that title off of him. He's got a lot of troops. Yeah, exactly. Less likely to get stabbed. Similarly, people would take careers in the church. By taking a career in the church, you're not necessarily going to go off and become the most religious person. There is an element of you getting a cushy little gig in a monastery somewhere that means you're just the abbot and you're in charge of a little bit of a regional area and all that kind of thing. So it kind of worked out. Yeah, disinheriting and then giving people titles. I do it a fair bit as well. We will do it if we get another daughter, for example. We kind of need his duchy off of him. Now that's going to inherit reasonably well. If I've got the duchy title, I can destroy the duchy title, but he holds the duchy title. Basically, we'd have to get the duchy title off of Duke Don Dunban here. Which means what we really need to do is we need to know if he's got any secrets. The alternative is I make him my direct vassal, which he will upset. I mean, it's only for opinion. And he'll get... I think we just do it. Also, nobles weren't allowed to have jobs, so a pension was kind of necessary to not die. Yeah, that's the thing, is you just kind of... Essentially, you kind of go with... you're not going to get a title, but I'm going to send you some money, brother, every month. Yeah, French nobility did kind of waste away as a result. You get a similar thing happening in... Less so in Germany, but a similar thing happens in Germany. I think we're just going to retract that. Generous Liege is probably more useful to me. Didn't I just retract that? Thank you. Right. Let's make sure we do this right. It's this title we want. Which is the County of Al-Ghazira Al-Hadra. So I'm not a tyrant if I retract this. You will accept. Right. Let's just see if it does sort out our Diplo range. Because we now control the Rock of Gibraltar. So as long as it's active, and let's just check it's not on a cooldown. Okay, it's on a cooldown. 13 months. Oh, is there any way we can get our dip limit up? No, we'd need to get another 5. And I assume we're already getting all of his. Yeah, we are. He really does not like us. I mean, to be fair, when you look at what's giving him the negatives, we killed our own son, we are unfaithful to him, we did imprison our own son, we also threw our son in the dungeon, and we've legitimized one of our bastards. Then, I kind of see his point, to be honest. I could give him away another title, that's the thing. I think maybe we just do that, because we probably want to get one more in Sicily going forward anyway. I mean, Porto is the obvious one to give away. The main issue with giving away Porto is it does mean we lose direct overlordship of the Knights Hospitaller. Maybe we just give away Valadoid. Fucking hell, 31. Ayash, would you like some territory, man? Nice hat and jumper. That's very Shoreditch. I'm pretty certain I bumped into him in a pub in Shoreditch. Time for a new husband. I mean, we got 25 stewardship. As long as he doesn't try and murder me, we're fine. Right, chat, remind me in 13 months. So, remind me in May 1225 to check what that's done for our Diplo range. Okay, we're not plotting against anyone. We need... Oh, we imprisoned... So his kid is not of age yet. So in our prison at the moment, we have Humbert here who we want to pin. So when Humbert hits 16, we release him, take him into service, give him a county title somewhere. And then he becomes our vassal. So we're going to need another county title. Maybe we should have held off retracting that until he came of age. No. We haven't got the bonus on it yet. I mean, essentially... Oh, apparently that has officially unlocked. What's that all about? Right, so actually we will know right now whether we have the Diplo range on it. So, let's see what that's done for our Diplo range. Yeah, boys! That is now our Diplo range. A really nice way of visualizing your Diplo range is to select your Patriarch and go Fabricate Claim. Because anything that's within the light yellow area is now officially within your Diplo range. Now I think the reason the whole of Siberia is because the Mongols are over here. The Mongols have been Mongoling quite effectively. I think the Mongols are the only people in the world more powerful than us, which is probably why the Byzantines are quite happy for a marriage. How you doing, Temujin? Should we try and do sexy times with Temujin? What's the percentage on abducting? Some decent daughters. Might you get sucked into a Mongol war by the Byzantine border? Yes. But in a way, that's actually probably not a bad thing, because we do want to stop the Mongols spreading. I feel like we should try and have sex with Temujin just because, you know, we can. He's up for being mates. Temujin is a cheap date. Khan indeed. So he got beaten back in Chiran. Oh, we can chat to our sister now, can't we? How you doing, sis? She's at war. We're going to need another county title to give the kid. I mean, is this the point where we fully flip to Sicily? I don't think we want to, though, because Sicily is our bread basket. Is going to be a bread basket. I mean, we could just give him the Templars. We're generally going to have enough piety to hire the Templars if we need them. It's not like anyone's strong enough to go up against us now. I think having the Holy Order patronage isn't anywhere near as useful to us now as it was. Like, I'm reasonably certain the only people in the world who can out-troop us are the Mongols. By a country mile. I think we probably just give them Porto. You can have him back now that I've got the county up. Pope, give me money. Who are you? That's fine. Just learned this week that people in Europe blame Mongol invasion on Jews. People in Europe blame everything on Jews. 501, that's got a reasonable lead. You want a ship of pure silver? Yeah, why not? Right, so this title we're getting hold of in 2 years. Or should do anyway. Benevento is the other one. Now the obvious way to get Benevento is to take Calabria off of Duke Ranulph here. Maybe want Apulia. Ancona is a tiny duchy. We can't, he's only got a female heir though, so we can't do that. Spoleto's too valuable, I don't want to give Spoleto out. Duchy Romana would do it. No, female heir again. Off you go, Belesco. Have fun. Like, we can get everything up to and including Capua off of the Pope, so he's just left with his direct controls. I arrive at Kargan Temujin's of the Mongol Empire's chambers with 2 kinds of thirsts, and carry plenty of wine for the first of them. It is instantly obvious that he is of the same mind as I. The first kiss seals the pact, and then we spend the next day and night drinking, loving, drinking, and loving. We are banging Genghis Khan. I don't think we needed this timer on the end. It actually just activated for us. So we do have Diplo range. Which is quite handy to know. Right, his children need to die, don't they? Welcome to the stream again, Fracture Chris. Yeah, we are banging Genghis Khan. We just teleported ourselves all the way over to the Mongol Empire and banged him. Right, 41. We've still got 3 years where we could have another kid. Now, we do want Groom to rule. We're having Genghis's kid. Oh man, you'd absolutely tell the whole world if you were having Genghis's kid. If this is a daughter with good traits, we are absolutely making her our heir. Come on, give us a daughter with good traits. The Occitano Basque. Righto. Well, it'll doubly annoy him because he's an Uga. Yeah, Alan can go whatever the hell he likes. We really don't care about Alan. You're only 2. We are going to educate you when the time comes. Alan Hermena has returned. Stuttgart 21, thanks for the follow. This is some Italian opera soap levels of drama, your poor husband. Yeah, our husband hates us. You've got a minus 139 unfaithful penalty. Sorry, dear, we may have been banging the Mongol Emperor. Right, he's 15, he's nearly of age. Let them live in peace. Although actually, if their Cordoba aren't of the right faith, we should be converting them. Oh, it's a boy! Boo! Do you plan to absorb the Eastern Romans? Oh, yes, absolutely. Make him Mongol Emperor. He's not going to have claims on it, though. He's not going to have claims on it. Because Genghis isn't going to legitimize it. I almost want to cheese that now and see if we can get a daughter. I'm going to take one. Right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to do one. We're going to bird this once and see if we get a daughter. If we don't get a daughter this time round, we don't get a daughter, that's fine. And we will do something really interesting with him. If it's not a daughter this time, we're going to call him Alan, and we will find a way to make Alan the Mongol Emperor. But yes, back to your question, Phil McRevis. I see what you did there. Yeah, so marriage. What we're going to do is we have our daughter betrothed to Basileus' second son, or third son. So with a bit of selective murder, it's a matrilineal marriage, so we can make it so that our future kid will inherit. Assume we're still preggo at this point. Yes, we are. So it's just before we have the baby. So we'll see what happens with this baby. St. Catherine's thumb has low durability. Oh no. I mean, she's decent. I feel like we've kind of got to make the daughter of Genghis Khan and ourselves our heir, don't we? We'll need to get the beautiful trait back in. See, the thing is, Genghis is essentially a title. I mean, given that she's also Basque, that would be the appropriate merge. Like, I don't know. I kind of feel like we need to give her a proper name. I mean, Mentzia is not bad. I quite like Mentzia. It's a good name. So, what do we go with? Well, hang on. Didn't we go for Einzane because essentially it means like the most brilliant or something like that? So shouldn't we just name her after ourselves? I mean, or we do that. The most martially impressive Basque name we can think of. I think she's Temujin. Temujeni. I mean, Alasne's a great name. I think Alasne is her daughter. Remember Alasne? She's Temujeni. I like Temujeni. What's that done to our husband's general dislike of us? 137. Right. So what we kind of need to think about here. See, she has no claims on the Mongol Empire. Maybe we don't make her heir. Maybe we do try and get her on the throne of the Mongol Empire. Can she even take the throne of the Mongol Empire? Is it not male only? I think the Mongol throne might be male only. No, it's male preference. She could get it. Because the problem is she's not going to have claims on that throne. Because that's it, she'd make a hell of an ally. What if we just make sure we keep her bloodline around? Well, the problem with marrying her into this line is they're brothers. That's something I need to learn in this game, is how to plan for player heir. Exclamation mark CK3 guide will take you to my guide where I talk about inheritance and how to kind of massage it and ways to make sure you line it up properly. Also, I did a Save My Save recently. So I have a series called Save My Save, which people can send me saves for, which is where you give me your save that you think is broken and can't be retrieved, and I will look at it and work out how in-game I would save it. So the first part of that series is up, and it's someone who actually was doing a run. So we're trying to do the Create Russia run, and they got into a problem where they were about to die, and they had like 7 heirs, and all of them were terrible apart from one who was about 4 down the line. And I showed you how you can use, in a relatively limited time, use the scarce resources you've got to get, so that we could get his 4th son onto the throne to inherit his primary title and the best of his primary titles, so that he was set up for the next one. So it works well. It's worth a go. Like I say, it's up on my YouTube channel, which I think is !YouTube. Right, I feel we keep Violetta as our heir, but we need Temujini's blood so that we can potentially marry back into Temujini's bloodline and get that. Because we could go for a war for the Mongol Empire. I think what we need to see is how the Mongol Empire inherits. Because Yochi's going to get it at the moment. And he only has daughters. I'll check out the playlist as well. I only have like 25 hours. Definitely check it out then. CK3 is a brilliant game, and don't worry if you get lost in it early on. It is very complex. But losing is part of the fun. But as I always say to people, don't think of CK3 as a conquest game. Think of it like we're playing it now as a dynastic game. It's all about the fun you can have with dynasties. But yeah, my CK3 guide, just !CK3. It will give you... you can essentially play along with it. I start as someone down in Epirus and get the Kingdom of Epirus, and along the way you've got 5 to 10 minute videos that just talk you through different things within it. Yeah, exactly, it's part of the fun. But yeah, !CK3 guide will get it for you, Eggmark. And I think someone did it a little bit earlier, so it's up further up. Let me see if it's not been... There you go. Well, theoretically, both of us can legitimize her. Because I can also just designate her as my heir. So she has the blood of Genghis. And I just do wonder whether we set her up with a kingdom somewhere around here. And then once we just make sure she marries well and gets good kids. And then we push her heir onto the Mongol throne. That might be the one time we have to fight a war. So, chap, that would be the thing I'd have to ask your permission for, is to fight a war to put our sister on the Mongol throne. Or like our niece or something like that. Nah, Byzantines are easy, and Byzantines gets us well on the way to forming Rome. No, I think we're still on the no wars. I want to form Rome without fighting any wars. I want to prove it's possible. And yeah, Rome will subsume all our empire titles, so it's going to sort out a lot of our empire title problems around here. Which I think is why we do want to negotiate an alliance with Princess Isabella. Because we want her reasonably strong, and she is losing a war at the moment. We really want Isabella grabbing this territory. Oh, hang on. What if we... Yeah, we need to set up our... So what if we set up Temujini? We could set up Temujini to be Queen of Jerusalem. So we could we could Prester John her. So we could marry her into Isabella's family. So her primary area is Infanto Anso. Your spouse is in prison and very murderable. He is a dwarf. Oh, but that'd be even better. We'd have Temujini's descendants as like murderous dwarfs just ruling all of stuff. Because all the rest of our kids are inbred. He's a big lad. Your kid isn't a dwarf. Let's play some game. I've been talking too much. She's probably going to call us into her war now. Which is fine. Humbert is almost of age, at which point we can give him... We will give him Porto, I think. We don't need the direct patronage of the Holy Order. Temujin Jerusalem, exactly. How have we won over our cap now? Are we not great? Yeah, you can have him back. The Khan is dead! Temujin is his one last remaining heir. Yeah, I'm just not sure what dropped our stewardship. Oh, our husband is now infirm. Yeah, you could do with dying then. Oh man, he's not up for it. Oh. It's 12:30, food has been issued. Are we going to get Cat? I think he might be downstairs, he may not have heard it. I don't think he heard the food thing go off. I will keep an eye out for Kitty. What did the Khan die from? I suspect he died. Drank himself to death, as every good Temujin should. So if he has a boy... Damn, that's a big empire. Oh, a gift wouldn't push us into sexy times range. Just wouldn't. There is an alternative, chat. Oh, the faith difference does us in. No, we could do this. If we gave... Alan's still got time to change his faith. Because he's 9. His opinion of Alan is -8. Can we kidnap her? Yes. Less chance on Darima, but still doable. I'm just thinking we could make Alan emperor. Like, and then Alan's kids would rule the Mongol Empire. Which would make the Mongol Empire part of our dynasty, which would mean we could claim it. And if we claim it, we can take it. And if we take it, we can give it to the son of Temu Geni, or the daughter of Temu Geni. Wait, can you convert him during education, get the marriage, and then demand conversion? Well, that's the thing, is I could literally send him off to Kargan Jochi. I could say, look, would you mind educating Alan and converting his religion? Because he's still 9, so he's young enough to have his religion converted. Which would mean Alan would then be of the right religion, which means I suspect with a bit of statistical massaging and your bit of befriending, we could get Kargan Jochi to agree to marry his daughter to Alan. At which point the Mongol Empire would be ruled by our dynasty, and that means we can claim it. Because we could take it off of Alan. Or we just marry Alan's kids to Temujini's kids. That's probably not a bad way of doing it. Would we still be head of the dynasty? Yes, because we'd rule more direct territory. He's only got 9 titles. We've got... what? 27. There might be troop numbers. That is the problem. We'd lose the dynasty title to Alan. That is a risk. Welcome to chat, Mr. Moasis. We're into the advanced how do we choose our dynasty inheritance and conversations, which... My ward Humbert has come of age in his prison cell. Till we meet again, Humbert. You are still in my prison. Right, we are going to negotiate his release. We are going to recruit him. And we're going to gain a weak hook on him. Which means he is now in our kingdom. Which means we can grant him Porto, which means he is now our vassal, and we outrank the Pope. So when Humbert's dad dies in an accident, which will happen after our husband dies in an accident, then problem solved. Okay, you know what? I think we're going to raise... So we're already raising Violetta. Or we will be. I think we're going to raise Violetta. I think we're going to raise Temujeni. And whichever of those turns out to be the better character is who we're going to play as. I played the Island tutorial and I'm a bit overwhelmed, so watching you for education... Yeah, and definitely what you want is what Rope Tricks just pinged you there, which is my CK3 guide will take you through... I think Ireland is too overwhelming to start in. I don't actually think it's a very good place to start. I think... So I've done a whole tutorial series, which you can always play along with, where you start in Epirus. And it talks you through how to go from being the Duke of Epirus up to the King of Epirus within the Byzantine Empire, which I think is a nicer place to start, because Ireland has some unique titleness, such as it gets you to take Tanistry succession when you take it over, but also you're dealing with all the Viking raids coming in and it's all problematic. You don't have any of those problems down in the Byzantine area, and actually the Mediterranean's a really fun place to start. So I legit advise you to start as Epirus, and if you follow my CK3 guide, it will help you through it. So each video just in succession deals with the, okay, I'm a small person, how do I understand what territory I can take, how do claims work, you know, and I don't try and explain everything, I just want to give you enough so that you can learn to play the game, and then discover all the fun bits for yourself. So I really dislike tutorials where people try and just kind of bombard you with loads of information almost to prove how clever they are. So all that tutorial is designed to do is give you the minimum amount that you need to learn to play the game. So yeah, enjoy. Are we going to give him a carpet? I think we are. I mean, on the plus side, we're down under our domain limit again, which means we can go up. Oh, I forgot we were making Cyrus Hemena Norwegian. Oh, we're Prego again. No one must ever know. Well, we're 43, so we did manage to squeeze another baby in. Of course it's used yours, Querizu. Honestly, what do you take us for? Right, build us another castle. Oh, that's not the right culture. How are our culture? Why are you not converting cultures? We need you to be converting cultures. No, the King of Wales keeps trying to have sex with us. We need more Basqueness. We need more Basqueness so we can end the struggle. That's a problem. That's his Occitano Basque culture. What's your problem with male heirs? Yeah, it's just adding to the challenge. So, I am quite good at this game. And so, chat asked me to do this with female heirs only. So, it's just more fun, basically. Come on in. Good effort. Send me a gift, that's fine. We'll become friends, that's fine. We haven't got pedagogy. We need to flip. We don't need to be fertile anymore. We might as well flip as soon as we can. When can we flip? When can I flip? 12:28. Chat, remind me in 12:28 to flip so that we can start bringing up our kids better. Oh, the woods can be such a dangerous place. Oh dear, how sad our husband has died, chat. Oh dear, how terribly sad. For me, part of the fun in CK3 is discovering stuff you didn't realise before, and another part is finding a story you want to tell. Yeah, exactly. I think it's almost worth thinking of it as a kind of story simulator. So, for example, now that we've got Genghis Khan's kid, like Genghis Khan's last kid, I kind of feel like we need to do something with that bloodline, because it doesn't really matter in game, but we know she's Genghis Khan's kid. Right, we need a husband. And we want one with good stewardship. An intelligent 66-year-old. Are we filtering that down in any way? We don't really care if they're fertile. He is not a good-looking man. Go with voice Slav here. Why not? I mean, we're filtering on traits because technically we are still of the age. Mr. Moesis, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I do kind of feel a bit sorry for our husband. He was somewhat hard done by. Don't really want to be going to feasts. Yes, Count Torf needs to die so that we can get that title inherited. He is surprisingly resilient to death. Can you support schemes for me? And who wants in? Your bishop hates you. That person hates you. And that person hates you. There we go. And we're now legalistic. Nice. I will absolutely accept your gift. Don't think there's anything useful on here. So are we actually guardianing anyone at the moment? Because if not, we'll set our guardians up now. So we got Violetta set up, and let's set up Temujeni. Passing through Valencia, a peasant woman offers me a refreshing mug of milk with a taste sweeter than anything I've tasted before. What is this marvellous drink you've offered me, I ask, to which she responds, milk from an earth almond. There's no person who could resist the allure of this concoction on a hot summer day. No child who could avoid smiling when offered a mug, and no Valencian without a sweet tooth for it. This beverage isn't milk, it's gold. We're making almond milk, are we? How very hipster. Let's encourage the making of almond milk. Munio, you're a bit useless. Right, who haven't we disinherited? Cyrus is our current player heir. I'm just going to get our disinheritances done now, I think. Because we're probably not having any more kids. And we do have an heir and a spare now. He's got quite good stats. It'd be quite good to put him on a throne somewhere. Yeah, we have absolutely invented hipsterism. So as it stands, Violetta is our heir to basically all the cool shit. We are going to need to disinherit Temujeni, but we'll see how they shape up. Everyone stop inviting me to parties. Is Venice prepared to become our vassal yet? No. I don't think we need Venice. Do we need Venice? Because as it stands, we might have to hope someone conquers Venice for us. In which case we've got to give someone permission to conquer it. Oh, but we still haven't formed the kingdom he's part of. Rightful Lee should flip that. That's interesting. It's de jure Byzantium. That's really interesting. Why is that de jure Byzantium? Since when? We're going to take Thoughtful, and then we're going to flip to Medicine for now. I mean, kind of makes sense, but not a lot. Right. Okay, it's just peasants, that's fine. Peasant's going to peasant. Crusade for the Mongol Empire. That's how we get the Mongol Empire for Temujin. We need a crusade. That's how we get the Empire for her. But we need the Empire weaker first. Right, so we need to keep Temujin's line going. Oh shit, we squeezed in another baby. No one must ever know. Well, we just got that one under the radar. Is it 44 or 46 at which fertility stops? I think it's 46, isn't it? With the recent upset among the peasants of Orbitello, one of my agents has presented a unique suggestion for taking care of Count Torf. With coin in the right pockets and agitators on every corner, we could stage an entire riot while the Count is passing through the streets. Here we go. Yeah, Hearts of Iron Age 4. Oh no, how sad, Count Torf is dead. Never underestimate the power of the mob. Why did that not inherit into our territory? Has he got the level of authority that prevents stuff inheriting out? Because that's fucking annoying if that's the case. Because that is annoying if that's the case. That should still have inherited to us. Why did that not inherit to us? No, the sister absolutely wasn't ahead in the line. She absolutely wasn't ahead in the line. So I think titles under the Pope can't be inherited away from the Pope. The Pope is going to be a big problem. I see the King of England is trying to take, finally trying to take Somerset back. The Pope is going to be our problem. You're shagging your own syphilitic sister. I probably wouldn't do that if I were you. I mean, Mongols have got a lot of troops. Do we... I'm still not sure what we do with... I mean, we can kidnap her, take her into service, and then marry her to Alan. If he has a son, we can repeat the same trick with his son. I did wonder when you were going to call me in on that one. You've been holding off on it for a while. Right, do you actually need my help? You're at 100%. You literally don't need my help. Why on earth did you do that? What was the entire point of that? Well done, sister. Good work. Right, we do need to kill off... Violetta will be there. A lot of this comes down to... We need to kind of time our inheritance right. Oh man, we just got another good daughter. She's arguably better than Violetta. It was from Karate, I love her. That's why it's pretty. I think any one of our three daughters could take over. I mean, regardless of what happens, I think we are going to do some giving out. It is the Karate Kid. I see what you did there. I think regardless of what happens, we're going to end up giving some kingdom titles out to daughters, which is good. Or to their husbands. Did we ever work out if any of the matrilineal cultures had still existed? Because that'd still be the other thing we could do. Right, what we really want is matrilineal, matriarchal. We need a Khan, Guinean Uplander, or Senegalian or Niger Delta heritage. So we'd have to mix cultures. Which we just don't want to do. I could do with something that boosts cultural acceptance. Or culture conversion is what I could really do with something that beats. Xenophilic is cultural acceptance. That's that ritual? Social. No, that's cultural acceptance. That's not culture conversion. Yeah, I think we did say that after I've founded Rome, I'm allowed to start a new Christian faith, so that would do it. Just a bit down the line. We might have to create a new Christian faith to take on Rome. Possibly. Anyway, we've got some people who need killing, because you have kids. Papacy is the problem. Do you actually need my help? You might need my help. We'll raise some men-at-arms. It's not like we're short on money. Oh, especially as we need to do them anyway. Right, where are you? Where are you? Yeah, 5k. Well done, lads. Where are you at? Down there in Cordoba. Okay. Right, let's raise all men-at-arms. Hello, boys. Sending in my Shoreditch General. Yeah, the levies are going up and down because it's just a product of having a large empire. Right, that is an enforced demands. Let's send you, now that you're raised, go over there and help. Yeah, she could do with a bit of help. Go over there. I'd really like her to conquer this territory because we can get her into the empire at some point. Bertha died. Lovely Bertha. In which case, yeah, you can have it, King Philip. Nice to know that even with all of our men-at-arms raised, we can still make money. Giselle, you're not actually a bad marshal, so I'm going to let you off that one. But you are losing that. In fact, actually, we might as well just get a hook on her. Do it that way. Right, remind me we need to take her council rights off of her. Also, let's be honest, she looks pretty badass. She's a chaste 16-year-old with 16 martial. I almost kind of want to marry her to Alan. Like, she'd be a pretty formidable wife for Alan. What innovations do we want? We'd quite like guilds. Thank you very much. We do need a steward. There you go. Duke Don Udabin can get in that one. Violetta will go. Now the issue here, Violetta's shaping up rather well. Damn, girl. She's a cowardly planner, apparently. The chainmail just stays on just in case. Well, yeah. I mean, hey, look. I like her a lot. Look, we've got a bunch of sons. Would you like one of them? I feel like she would keep Alan in line. She is proper Joan of Arc cosplaying. She won't even ask for him to be of our dynasty, to be of her dynasty. So Alan still gets to have dynastic kids. I'm not sure what the name of this song is. Can you actually see that anywhere? Yeah, look, you can deal with Alan. Look, have Alan, girl. See if you can do something useful with him. Yeah, you don't get a music player in this, I don't think, like you used to get in the other one, where you can kind of see what music's playing, which is a bit sad, really. I'm a bit annoyed they've dropped that. We haven't had anyone for ages come and... No, look. There's no music player. It's really annoying. And Violetta is shaping up to be decent. Have Alan give you beautiful babies, girl. Exactly. Oh, is our army over there yet? Just chilling. Not doing much. We're coming! Oh man, I really like her. I really like her. She's like, she's feminist. She's our pure feminist marshal. Oh, that's a clever way of doing it. Totally nice. So our feminist marshal is like, women should be able to hold swords. Yeah, damn right they should. There you go, rip those peasants. They were doing fine until our men-at-arms turned up. Like, let's not forget what our men-at-arms are. So we have a bunch of caballeros, some huscarls, some abrudra, some Varangian veterans, some longbowmen, and some armoured footmen. We need to get better units for the armoured footmen. Who do we want to replace our armoured footmen with? Answers on a postcard. I am open for options. Like, if we get a Greek kid, we can or educate someone to Greek, we can get cataphracts, which would be nice. Court events. Fresh quail? Sure. Who doesn't like quail? We could do with getting hold of Syracuse in our continued quest to make this decent. Basically, we want some heavy footmen that are decent. We're going to need to work out how we end the struggle as well, which we can do. We just need all of our primary title to be the right culture for us. So I'm slightly annoyed that Navarra's flipped, because one option was to basically just do Navarra. Because although we don't hold Navarra, we could get Navarra relatively easy. No, we do hold Navarra. Essentially, if Navarra was our culture, then we can just end the struggle. Although we could do that. Depends on how quickly that ends. Next ruler will be able to end the struggle. We just have to think about how we do it. Do we have a court tutor? Because we really should. Because it's going to improve educations. Bercy, my love. Court tutor, please. We are exhausted, apparently. Armour needs reforging. Let's do that. Learning. Give me pedagogy. And then we'll get our know thyself. Right, she likes us slightly less because we did that, but it does mean we can at least now do that by using a hook. And look, we'll give you some gold. Do you want a gift of something? We've got like tons of tat. Would you like some tat? Would you like some fine flexible armor? I feel like you should have some good armor. And let's just gift her. Because I don't think the Mongols get that great units. They only get the horse archers, don't they? Damn, look, he is popping out the girls. Drazina are pretty cool. Who lacks guardians? Oh, it's just Alan. No one cares about Alan. Yeah, we will hold a feast. We are overdue on a feast. And we should hold court as well. Let's do the feast first. Let's get the feast done. Did you just kill my book about warfare? I think we've already got some Huskars though. Yeah, Alan is basically just exists to marry. That's like his only reason to exist, is to marry. There is a war in the papacy. What's going on down here? Is that the English? That's the English. That's because the English are warring on him for Wales. Who is his official direct de jure liege? It's me. Can we not persuade the Pope to give that back to me? Yeah, we can. The problem is we'd have to stop doing our culture conversions. which would be a problem. We don't want to stop with our culture conversions, basically. Faiths. Seriously, can you just make Cordoba not Muslim, please? Lenkas are 42, 22, 24, 0. Nice. Oh no, RIP! RIP our vaguely decent husband. We are just looking for some really high stewardship. We're past the point where we can have kids. It just kind of comes down as to whether we want someone who'd educate a kid in a nice... I mean, this is the opportunity to get someone who culturally would educate. Yeah, I mean, fertile we don't need. Is there anyone of an interesting culture that's going to give us some units? I really like a Greek person. A Greek person would give us cataphracts. I mean, essentially, if we were doing it, we're limited to inheritable traits. We have already got a Norwegian, so we could educate as a Norwegian. Beyond that, we're into stuff that's not going to give us enough traits anyway. I think we might have to go closer to home. We might just have to go... We might just have to go Felipe. Because we need the stewardship boost, basically. There was a Scottish Alan on the list, you're right. Can we get one of our kids onto this throne? Because we need that territory there. We need him to have a girl. What religion are you? Are you Mozarabic? Yeah, that's fine. Join. I don't care. Yeah, Norse would give us the Diplo range, and it has some other nice stuff. So Infanta Violetta's coming on okay. She needs... Right, so she now has... See, Infanta Violetta is bossy. So she's going on stewardship. Temu Jenny could also do stewardship. Who's educating Temu Jenny? I still think Violetta is our primary heir as things stand. Temu Jenny is good though. She could come out quite well. Let's educate Temu Jenny ourselves. Who's our current guardian? Okay, we are educating her. So the kid we're not educating, who we probably want to think about educating, is Isabella, who is quite good. Now, Isabella is decent. Weren't we trying to murder you? Did we accidentally stop a murder scheme? Or did he stop the murder scheme? You need to die as well. A 2-year-old planner. Yeah, she's good at planning. Don't want to log in. Thank you very much for the follow. So, as it stands, Violetta, if we murder correctly, is on path for her kids inheriting the Byzantine Empire. Which is good. It's what we not want, it's what we need. Can we build any more buildings? Give me some manor houses. 3 years until cultural conversion. So we want to try and engineer a relatively young age takeover for whoever does take over. Just give us time to do things. Like, she's never going to pledge fealty to us because technically she sees herself as remote. If she didn't see herself as remote, she would. We need that territory. Which I think we need anyway. And you are unlanded. Low chance on an abduct, but maybe someone would help. And you are independent. Right. Keep an eye. When this murder scheme finishes, we're going to see if we can get in the Sieb. Because Jerusalem would pledge fealty to us if... our sister would pledge fealty if she was within range. And if we have a border with her, she'll be within range. Reforged that. Oh, sorry, my voice has just gone. Aura Prime. Thank you very much for this, for the follow. So for those unfamiliar, what we're doing here is his heir is unlanded. If we give his heir some territory in our realm of an equivalent rank to the title he will inherit, he will... the territory, when inherited, will stay in our kingdom. So it's relatively easy for us to give him a dukedom. We need to find a dukedom to give him, but that's relatively easy to manufacture. Generally speaking, we go with something up here. It is an act of tyranny, 21 opinion, but we could deal with that. It would tick down over time. Good afternoon, Aura. Welcome to the chat. Napoleon has not shown up for more chompiness. Because that would give us a border. We do need territory around here anyway, because don't we need Alexandria? I think we need Alexandria. Isaacus is dead. Oh dear, how sad. That means we are... essentially, one murder, when we can murder Prince Damianos. We could abduct him. Take 8 years, though. When can we try and murder him again? 1239. Remind me in 1239. $12.39 is when we can go for that. So his kid we want to kidnap. Oh man, come on, we had way better chances of that a while ago. Let's see if anyone wants in on that. If we can get someone in on that who's good, we've got a chance. Nope. Okay, there's no way we're going to be able to kidnap him. Right, this title goes... What about that one? Because that's only a county, that'd be even easier. That'll do. We are apparently friends with Count Gillian. Oh no, he has got a duchy level, so we would need to give him a duchy level title. I was very late today. Did we discuss Josephine? Yeah, we've decided that basically they look like they've got the local cat shelter people have got someone who wants Josephine, so we're like, well, we're not going to get involved in that. Like we wouldn't get involved. You want the skull of the cursed stag? I mean, in all honesty, fine. It's not like we haven't got enough tat of our own. We have plenty of tat around. It is not a problem if you want some tat. King of... yeah, we will get an alliance. Stop plotting. Well done on learning Basque. Do kind of want to... Well, hello. Hello indeed. Princess Igia of Sardinia and Corsica. If we have a hook on him... Can you get hooks on babies? I don't think you can. When he comes of age, we could marry his daughter to one of our kids. I think you can get them from guardianship as well. I think guardianship can give you kid hooks. But it kicks in when they're about 12, I think, which is about the age you can get a hook on people anyway. I'm just conscious we've got some sons we could be doing stuff with. Like, we could put one of our sons on the Mongol throne relatively easily. Oh, we've got dip range on the whole world now. Trust me, we've got dip range on the whole world. Like, India is the only place we don't, and the top bottom end of Africa are the only places we don't have dip range on. Sponsored? You want to go to the Western Steppe? Your skill is merely decent, but we're not short on cash, so go for it. Have fun. very much in favour of all these people sending us gifts. It's very nice. God damn it! He escaped. Try again. Let's just see what you find. Yeah, so the first goal was actually to form Hispania without starting any wars and female rulers only, which we've actually done before we've actually managed to end the struggle, because we're quite clever. So now chat wants me to push on and take Rome. So we're working towards getting Rome without starting any wars. So next up is inheriting the Byzantine Empire, which will help with that. We now have a sort of subplot because we managed to get a kid via Genghis Khan. So we kind of want to see if we can get the kid that's the descendant of Genghis Khan and ourselves onto the throne. Hello, Kitty. Do you not want your lunch? Why don't you come and have your lunch? There's literally lunch in here. Don't give me that look. Like, lunch is actually here. All you have to do is walk into the room. I'm not bringing it to you. Right, so Violetta, what traits do we want it to get? Wrathful is probably the best of those. We don't want her to lose stewardship. My arms are definitely not better. They are quite sore. It's not so much the scratches, it was the bites. I basically had to split up a fight between Napoleon the cat and one of the local bigger cats yesterday. And my arms suffered as a result. Like, Napoleon's quite happy about it, though. He very much saw me coming on his side. The problem is he now thinks he can start fights with everyone. So, Oneka and Sane is the heir. And she is currently betrothed to this dude. And she is a giant. If we murdered him... Oh, they're probably going to finish it before we manage to murder him. One of the local bigot cats. Yeah, no, exactly. So they're all bigot cats around here. Nubia's done well for itself. Hungary's pulled it out the fire. Hungary was not looking healthy for a while. Fuck me, the Mongols are... We might need to do something about the Mongols. That is a dangerously stable Mongol kingdom. That said, we have a ton of gold. If the Pope called a frickin' crusade, we could take down the Mongols and we could get our kid onto the throne. She looks creepy as fuck. Evil lackey. How long have we been Empress? We have been Empress all our life. We were born to the Emperor. Well, the moment we inherited, we took over the Empress titles. And we've got some nice advanced shipbuilding. So basically, she sent us a small carving, and she's staying over there. Do crusades allow for targeting empires? It's a good question. They might not. He's finally had a son. One of the Scythians. Don't really want one of the Scythian. Oh, nice, we got guilds. That's useful, because that's given us another... God damn it! Stop fucking escaping! Crossbowmen? We got longbowmen, though, which are really nice. That speeds up fabrication. Scuttage... Yeah, it's alright. I think maybe we go heraldry. Castle Bailey's maybe. Yeah, basically get in prison so we can make you a duke. Alan has come of age. Alan, marry the marshal who is far better than you are. Produce excellent babies for us, please. Thank you very much, Alan. We need to find someone to educate Isabella as well. What trinket did we get? The Morincourt horse ornament. Cavalry toughness. Yeah, that's alright. I have no idea what that's a scarab brooch. Right, she needs an education. She is probably not... She's diplomatic. She's got a good intrigue. Intrigue might work to our advantage. Let's put you on an intrigue focus. We need to educate her. I think we go with... Where's our lover? I mean, Cyrus would give her a good education. He's got arbitrary, gluttonous, zealous. I think Bercy. And culture converter to Norwegian, please. Dangerous faction. Is it dangerous? Oh, it is dangerous. I mean, we can deal with that relatively easily. Apparently we can imprison him. He's a witch. Well, we did say we needed another duchy title. Congrats to this kid who, if he... Oh, give over, kid. Fuck's sake. We wanted to make you the Duke of fucking Burgundy. Oh, just too far. How that is outrageous. You are all outrageous, people. See this. That works. So here's the... How about this? We marry her to him. We make our son Armagnol, who's got great stats anyway. You've got Republican heir, look at that. No, we want this patrilineal because we want them to be of our dynasty. Basically, that's overcoming the patrilineal alliance because he's desperate for an alliance with us. Right, now... in our prison, we will have Duke Elaine of Burgundy. Why can we not revoke his... He's a known criminal. Letting the rebellion happen and just taking away titles after you win also works. Yeah, and it's probably what we'll do with our heir. My general attitude is there's no point triggering a rebellion unless you really need to trigger a rebellion. Do we just take the tyranny on this one? It will tick down in 3 tyranny a year, so it'll tick down over 7 years. We've got more than enough gold to fight off a rebellion if it does cause a rebellion. I think we do this, because he's too powerful anyway. And then we are going to give our son Armagnac the Duchy of Burgundy. Don't want to give him too much. And us keeping a couple of those counties is going to be quite useful. Let's give him those 4. Because he's going to love us anyway. Dude, that is a very silly hat. Well, we've given him enough to have a bit of a power base. He's not going to plot against us because he loves us too much. And that's given us 2... In fact, we'll get an alliance with him. That's given us 2 counties now. Somewhere in this area that we can give out. Now, the thing is... This kid now needs to die. Rip Kiddie. Now the good news is not a lot of people want to plot against him, which is good news. Bodes well for his daughter not. Well, Davy's doing alright. Brave would be nice. Brave's better than Zealous. I do love that bit where you watch all the titles disappear in the pop-ups. It's like being a losing contestant on a medieval game show. Yeah, it is a bit like that. I don't want to lose Elvira. Count Gillen. Elvira is useful. He has finished cultural conversion. Give me some Basque. We need more Basque. No, Isabella's got consumption. At least we've got a good position. Come on, Isabella, you can do it. You can make it through, Isabella. We believe in you. Damn it. Right, this kid needs to die. No idea why we're allowed to get away with that, but I'm not going to object to it. I've not, because we've got a 3-star, but I should really train them up more. Right. Liberty faction does want to do Liberty things, so let's deal with this. That should knock him out of the Liberty faction. Because this will tick down over time. Should knock him out. You've got a son. We could just go for a temporary betrothal. Damn, dude. You are a hideous Adamite. I'm not sure. So Liberty faction should have a leader, but it doesn't tell me who. I think generally speaking the Liberty faction kicks in when it's always the person with the highest rank within it. Count Roger, put some fucking clothes on and go away. It looks like David Coulthard. This is why the whole the gift one, first rung on diplomacy, is really useful. But I think you're getting a temporary alliance, basically. He's got a lot of titles. Could really do with him having less titles. Really like you to have forced partition. There we go. See, you don't need... Can you stop discovering my scheme to kill you? Why has the game suddenly decided that all my schemes are going to get discovered? Just be a good kid and get murdered like all the other children. Dead is good too. Yeah, I mean, we will kill him after this, because then it breaks the betrothal. We can break the betrothal without consequence. We need a new steward. We need someone who's very good at stewardship. You. We'll pay them to draw the map. It doesn't matter whether they're discreet or not, because the scheme's already been discovered. Oh, he's already inherited. Motherfucker. Okay, right, we need to think about this now, because he's got kids. We've got to murder his kids. Because we need Dionysos here to inherit that. Right, priorities. We need to murder him. Our nephew was slain in battle, apparently. Oh, it's become a beast again. We can vassalize Count Andre. I don't know who you are, Count Andre, but you are absolutely getting vassalized. You're in the county of Lika. I'm going to guess that's up here. Yes, it is. There is one thing King Orlando in particular cannot resist. It's his favourite treat. His next sweet snack will be 1 part pudding and 1 part poison. King Orlando is dead. Oh dear, how sad. How sad, chap. Right, that means Queen Iglia is going to inherit that. She is betrothed to our son, who now has an incredibly silly moustache. Who holds the Kingdom of Burgundy? I feel like I want that title off of you. Really want my son to get that title. Like, it's not an enormous priority. It's less of a priority than killing off. Kind of feel like we need to find a way of getting Burgundy off of him. Oh shit, he can get excommunicated. Right, as soon as that Kingdom of Burgundy title stuff is over. He's just defending that one now. We're getting Burgundy off of him. Right, meanwhile, we still can't murder him for another few years, but we can murder his children. So we'll murder his children while we're waiting. Really, guys? We're doing this again? You have way too many titles. Basically, as long as we keep forcing... So the nice thing with forced partition is it just starts splitting titles up. Because don't forget we've got equal inheritance, so all of these start... Give them low. Toledo's not bad. He's a count, so that's going to split anyway. Yeah, forced partition is really, really useful in this situation. Basically, people don't use forced partition, those hooks enough. It can be really, really useful. Exiting the church in Crater, me and my daughter and heir Violetta end up in the company of some local merchants. Gain 50 learning lifestyle experience when I gain some gold. Oh, go lifestyle experience. King Isaac of Hungary wants a truce. Yeah, fine. We're not starting any wars. She is getting fickle. We don't want her fickle. Actually, we do want her fickle. I feel like... No, because we want... Content would actually... Let's go content. Let's call a hunt. What chaos is being wrought? We are mostly at the moment. Damn it! Can everyone stop finding my fucking schemes? Trying to murder our daughter's way onto the throne of Byzantium at the moment. Or rather, making sure that her kid will get onto the throne of Byzantium. Isabella got better. Yeah, don't... Isabella, do not worry. We are unbetrothing you from the scaly kid. We just needed you temporarily betrothed to the scaly kid. Maybe they've caught on to the fact that your basement goes under the entire castle on the architectural drawings. It's only a sign of a coat closet. Yeah, there is that. Still 95, that's fine. The Norse Slavonic Greek Code. He has created a code that he claims is uncrackable. Okay, fine. Good for you, pal. I know we keep declining feasts, but... Right, Violetta is 12. She is looking pretty tasty. How's the struggle aspect going? Well, if we can get the cultural conversions going, we will actually, as long as it goes hostile, we can actually end the struggle. Probably not with this ruler, but with the next one. Essentially, it's just about culture conversions now. We need all of this to be Basque, basically, which is taking some time. They keep converting it back. This is the problem. I wonder if it'd be easier to go with Galicia. Like we could convert to Galician. I think we might start taking stress events, because Violetta is close to being able to take over and she's decent. At the same time, we do have some murders we want to finish first. Let's stop exercising. We will actually accept that we're a bit chubby now. Chrysogonone is dead. Oh dear, how sad, chat. How sad. That's one kid down. Let's kill another child. We'll go to that. We need the stress loss and we're not worried about our weight anymore. Put some clothes on, dear. That is... Put some clothes on, please. Someone is plotting against me. They're only trying to fabricate a hook on me though, so they're not trying to kill me. Yeah, good luck with that. Keep looking for different artifacts. Papacy is still going to be our big problem. I do think we are going to have to religious flip for that. Yeah, the Grand Blot emote is our murder disco emote. Gregarious is... Oh, we can make her lustful. It gives her an intrigue boost. Oh man, Violetta's looking fun. I think Violetta is definitely our heir of choice now. Right, we need to kill his other daughter. And then we need to kill him. She's brave, wrathful, and lustful. If she gets a good education trait as well, we're even more laughing. Right, come on, the dead kid. Right, can we do anything to make sure this does go our way into hostile as well? Oh, we can improve some more stuff on Palermo. That'll do, because that's a castle building we're improving. Burgos, give me military camps. What else do we control? Cordoba. Give me manor houses. Santiago. Give me hill forts. We're giving it up. Oh, come on. Protected by a family. Has this war over here finished yet? Kingdom of Burgundy. We need to get a hook on him. He's 52. Chat, did we just trigger that rebellion? I think we just trigger that rebellion, don't we? Who doesn't like us at the moment? Do we want to give out a whole bunch of money beforehand? Yeah, I think we do, because these factions will trigger. Or maybe we do just go with a fabricate hook. I think with a hook he'd just give it up. We got a 95 on an imprison. If he's in prison, we can then just take the title off him. We've got a 96% on just flat out revoke. Oh, watch the game fuck us now. He's 800 in debt. Right, that means we need to do some stuff. So, Armengol, you are now... Where is it? The King of Burgundy. I think you've already got titles in that, so I'm going to give you that one. I'll give you that one. And I'm not going to give you... I'm not going to give you these. Because we still want to hold on to so we can do things with them. That puts us at 13. So maybe we do want to give out some of these to him. Which he can then do with whatever he wants to do with. So we need to give him 2 more of the Burgundy titles. Actually, those ones are under Kingdom of France, so they're ours anyway. You can have those 2. So he's got all the Burgundy titles. From everything else you told us, I'd expect him to be in front of the feeder at least 30 minutes. It varies. If he's really hungry, he very much is there waiting for it. But there's other times when he's just like, meh, I'm alright. I think he's got a bit used to the idea that he doesn't necessarily have to eat all the time. Which is a good sign. Right, so the reason we gave that kingdom title to our kid is remember that our son is betrothed to Queen Iglia here. That is a patrilineal marriage, meaning all of their kids are going to be of our dynasty. That means that they're going to inherit his titles, and because he has a kingdom rank and she has a kingdom rank, those titles, any titles they inherit, are going to instantly become part of my kingdom. So what we've just done there is we've just made sure that Sardinia and Corsica are going to become part of our realm when they have a kid and she dies. In fact, we might even be able to... Yeah, she's already got an alliance with us as well. That's perfect. Yeah, I'll take a look. Right, I'm going to move us off of this because I'm not that fussed if we die at this point. So I think we just go on to wealth. I know, isn't there one of these that's going to... Cultural acceptance game? We want the cultural conversion. I don't think there's a thing that boosts that, which is really annoying. Go back to intrigue. We are doing some murdering. Yeah, well, Alain's in my prison, so he's not really going to do anything, is he? Yeah, so that should still go hostile. And then we've just got to work out how we end it. Now, I think the easiest way to end it is going to be cut to culture convert Navarra. Might even be to temporarily move our capital. Temujeni is definitely not her father's daughter. I really don't need to become friends with King William. Oh, I can do because he's not part of the struggle. That's fine. I think we just inherited a bunch of court artifacts. Did we inherit anything good? Don't really know. I need to make it clearer what artifacts you're inheriting and what ones you aren't. Like, I really want us to end the domain is dead! Oh dear, how sad, chat. The search went long into the night before it was called off and reconvened at dawn. It was only then that the body was found, bloodied, mangled and torn apart by some terrible beast. At least I hope it was the beast doing. Right, we are on critical stress. I think we will just have a drinking binge. Right, that means we need him dead. I mean, given we can't murder him until July next year, we might as well try and abduct him. Like, there's no reason not to try and abduct him. I'm just getting everyone in on this on the basis it will probably get discovered, so we might as well just have everyone in it. Everyone and their fucking mother wants us to abduct this guy. That treasury is full. We are very nicely off. Like, is there anyone in his kingdom who is not trying to abduct him? Yeah, we'll let Karate go. We don't really need the Karate Kid anymore. Right, Sardinia and Corsica is coming into our territory. What I'm most annoyed about is if we could get one of these counties, we could get hold of Jerusalem, because she would pledge fealty. Like, it's only the distance penalty that's stopping her from pledging to us. $842, so it's reasonably ahead. Jimena's gone Norwegian, which is useful. We could build some walls in Corunna. Burgos has almost finished building. Let's wait for that to finish. Go up to Mill Camps 4. Cordoba is still building stuff. Santiago is still building stuff. Palermo, I guess, is still building stuff. Yep. Why do we have you? I cannot believe it worked. It was simple as letting some of my allies into the castle in the middle of the night. He is now in our dungeons. We have kidnapped the Basileus. Basil, yeet yourself into my dungeon. Apparently we just got the Reconquista achievement. I can't even remember what that one is. What's the Reconquista achievement? Oh, convert all of Iberia to Christianity. That was one we did on stream, wasn't it, when we did our first run at this? So he's finally finished converting stuff. Yeah, it's the convert everywhere to Catholic one, which we've done. Right, so his primary heir is Prince Dionysus, who is matrilineally betrothed to our future heir, Infanta Violetta, the fucking amazing, who is almost of age. He is unlanded, which is useful. Oh man, did she not get good traits? Oh, she's a thrifty clerk. It's not bad. And a valued administrative courtier. Oh no, it's him. Yeah, but look, she got Republican heir. Violetta is looking tasty, man. Valued administrative courtier sounds like an Americanism for secretary. It does a bit, doesn't it? Right, we need to disinherit. We can always re-inherit them, but I think we know that at the moment. We need to find a kingdom to give Temujeni. Basically, we need to breed Temujeni for good bloodline traits. And we need her to not wander off. So we still can't get him to court. $14.42 for an abduct. Actually, if we could get that border, we'd get that. We can modify some contracts. Can we modify any useful contracts? We probably want to put our son on forced partition, don't we? Same with the King of Aquitaine. Right, so Sardinia and Corsica is going to come into our realm. Yeah, it is a handy thing to do, is actually changing the court type. So Violetta has not got her court boost yet, but once she does, we might want to flip her. She is at our court. We probably want to give her a title so that she doesn't sod off. Let's make her a lady in waiting. Right. So Byzantium is sorted. Is there anything else we want to do before we start to manufacture our own death? Like, trying to get Jerusalem into the Empire would be useful. Hello, you might do it. Because you'd give us Cairo. Right, if we can abduct this kid, we're laughing. We probably can't, but 12 months... YOLO. Husband's got decent intrigue, so we can flip him just before it fires. We don't have enough to be able to buy artifact claims. I think we make Temu Jenny cynical. Cause it's going to stress us out as well, which is no bad thing. Yeah, we will create war salaries. Get someone in. So it's always worth keeping an eye when they're like this. Now, she's been looking for a long time without much luck, so I'm not overly fussed that she eventually died. Right, that's got a 6-month timer on it. Oh man, she wants to be a duelist. We kinda have to, don't we? We just need to try and kill ourselves relatively soon so she doesn't die in a duel or something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip our husband just before this fires to intrigue, because that'll give it a tiny boost. Violetta's popping out kids already. I mean, she is lustful, so she's going to get the perk boost on that. Right, so, husband dear. Would you mind briefly getting involved in some court intrigue, please? We got him! Thank you, husband. You can go back to managing domain now. Right. Here we go. He is 17. You are getting released on condition that you join... No, you're not going to get converted. Can I send you a gift? Come on. Someone's trying to seduce me. Right, we'll accept. Grant titles. Now we need to give him something where we can give him a duchy. Apparently I control Lecce. I could temporarily give him Palermo. Finally create Sicily. Do Burn and Bend do coffee too? I don't think they do. I think they are purely tea. But one thing I will recommend off of their stuff is if you want like something to drink in the morning, I've almost completely switched off of coffee to drinking their morning kick tea, which is a green tea with some ginger in it and everything else, and I find it's really, really good. Right, we need to give him something where he's going to get a duchy out of it. Like, we do still hold that, but we don't want to give it away. We don't want to give away Cordoba. What is that part of? That's part of the Duchy of Burgundy. Oh, we gave that to our son, didn't we? He's not going to let us take that back. Don't think we've got anyone in jail we can yoink a title from. We did our title yoinking. Who can we imprison? Oh damn, girl, we can imprison Queen Elvira. That would do, because we could yank Valencia off of her. We have imprisoned our own sister. Basically, give me the Duchy of Valencia. Right, God damn it, now I can't remember who that kid is. Congrats, kid. You're the new Duke of Valencia. Let's see if we can boost that. If we pull this off, we're laughing. We do now have one more county we need to give out. I find the italicized reasons quite funny. Yeah, they are quite good. Right, let's give out some bits. Dena's quite alright. That's a bit terrible. I mean, they're both a bit terrible, to be honest. Grant that to someone local and Andalusian. 906. It's definitely going to go hostile, so I think we will pull this off. Revoking titles from someone in the struggle area gives them a claim and thus boosts the next phase. Yeah, it's quite nice. It's why we've been quietly boosting this up. No one should be trying to seduce me. Progress. Oh shit, we're going to be dead within a year. Come on, the murder scheme. Anything else we need to do, chat? I don't think so. We're going to have a lot to unpick next session. Is there anything we want to put into Basque before we go? Like anything we want to put in this? Rulers of this culture gain prestige and renown from castle holdings. That's probably not a bad one. We're probably going to need to create our own religion, aren't we? Is there one that does cheaper religions? We might want to go religious patronage. Because then we can spam out a whole bunch of temples. I mean, tabletop warriors is nice. Movement speed plus 10 is definitely not to be sniffed at. Oh, we could challenge other characters to titles for board games. Oh, if both players have those rules. Dexterous fisherman. Great hostile schemes against rivals. Holy shit, gain 25 development growth when a building is constructed. More knights with that one. Maybe we just go xenophilic. It probably would be really useful. Oh, we can't anyway because we'd already done one this reign. Which is fair enough. That is absolutely fair enough. Right, just to double check. Heir to the Empire of Hispania and 34 more titles. Yeah, we're all set up. Our son has learned Italian vulgar. Right, she is wounded, but she is a blade master. Oh man, her brother's now a rival. Hey, Poland! Nice to see you, Poland. Oh, we've gone late medieval. Means we can go primo. No. Go away. Do it. Oh, come on! He used his crown to murder the assassin we sent. That's so annoying. If we'd pulled that off, we would have been able to vassalize Queen Isabella. Munio wants to jump off the world. Yeah, you go for it. I mean, assassins are generally quite squishy. So yes, pretty soft assassin, but... I mean, at least we've given him a... Oh, give over. Little shit. That is really annoying. We were so close. I mean, I'm not that fussed. We will get Jerusalem again, especially once we get the Byzantine Empire. Fs! Can we get some Fs in chat, please, for Empress Ainzane, who died at the age of 58. Empress Ainzane of Hispania rests in the arms of the Lord at 58 years of age. She drank herself to death. A charming woman, she became famous for her elaborate feasts and grandiose balls, giggity. Empress Violetta ascends to the throne. Being both thrifty and frugal, the realm will surely prosper under her rule. That is a great age to take over at. Continue as Empress Violetta. We have inherited a ton of artifacts. We probably do want to pop out a daughter now. So we won't put the chastity belt on yet. I think we will hold off on the chastity belt. But we are going to need to do council. Look at those stats. 14, 24, 23, 16, 21. Allied to the Byzantine Empire. 28 titles, 1 claim on the Kingdom of Valentia. Like, we've not even had to flip our spouse onto being specifically doing something to achieve our domain target. How good is she going to be at murdering him? Not good enough yet. But he's also got lover's pox, so with any luck he'll just die. But let's pin him for next time. Because basically there's no way she's going to swear vassalage now to us. I mean, once the thing's clear. But we'll see. But that's not bad. The key thing now is going to be smooth inheritance. And here's the real test. We did not lose our court grandeur this time because it didn't create a title. So we don't have that whole fight we had at the beginning of the last reign when we had to deal with everything. So he needs to give us a daughter, and a decent one at that. Because then we can get ourselves onto the Byzantine throne. He should eventually die in our dungeon, at which point Dionysus takes over. He can't have any more kids. you.